Hello, hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, right? It is Wednesday, isn't it? It feels like Wednesday. Yesterday was Tuesday, yeah? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. Hello, everyone. Let me say hi to you guys. I need to do something, I don't know. Hey, Alicia. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Margie. Hey, Seven Lilies. Well, true crime is creepy, babe. The music creeps Seven Lilies out. Creative Minds, good to see you. Preschool Granny, Neat Noodle, hello. The Country Life of Chicken Lady, hello. Hello, Jen. Hello, hey, Jude. Good to see you guys. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Okay, so I want to show you guys. Remember how we were rudely cut off yesterday at the end of court, and there was some stuff did go down. Special shout out to Allie from Alex Erickson, who texted me this last night so that I would have it for this morning. Yay, Allie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, babe. Hey, Brenda. Hey, Christina. Hey, 541 Hollywood. Hey, Low Red. Good to see you guys. All right. So this is what we missed yesterday when we were rudely and abruptly cut off for no reason.
All right, the jury is no longer present. Please be seated. Will you inform us in the morning of exhibits you anticipate that you might need during the rest of your cross-examination prior to us starting? Because there are a lot of photographs to try to sift through to get the ones that you may need. You have a habit of, when a witness answers a question, to add something on the end of their answer. For example, during this witness, you said, I wasn't aware of that. Another time you said, I don't know much about guns. On previous witnesses, you've said, that's what I recall, or I'm not really sure. When you say those types of things, it's a form of testimony, okay? So I'm going to caution you to try to refrain from doing that. After the answer, just move on to your next question, okay?
Sure.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I received information that a couple different detectives have been subpoenaed and asked to appear tomorrow. There was no phone number for them to call in to say they received their subpoena, and they were asking, I advise them that they need to come here, but I am happy to pass that along, or I wasn't sure if they need to come here tomorrow or not, but I've been asked to.
All right, so I'm clear. The defense subpoenaed a few detectives. The information in the subpoena says they need to appear tomorrow?
Correct, along with one civilian who also reached out to us, Joe Poncratz.
Okay, but was there...
Detective Moffitt and Joe Poncratz are who I'm aware of, who were given a subpoena with no number to call and confirm. It just says to come here tomorrow.
Well, I appreciate the judge for chastising and, I'm sorry, let me use the correct word, cautioning Miss Lori, because it was annoying. You're not having a conversation, Lori, okay? There's protocols, there's rules, there's procedures in place. Now, I know that as a exalted being and a goddess, you probably feel as if the rules don't apply to you. However, they do. Please follow them. Also, on a lighter note, Thank you, Erica, for becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Okay. And hey, Jude says, thanks, Bindi, for all your hard work. Well, you're welcome. I have people that help me, and I couldn't do it without them. I really, really could not. You know, you guys, and let me shout y'all out for a moment, okay? Let me get over here to the law and crime. We must be early today. Give me a moment. Por favor. I'll get right on it. Let's see. Okay, I'm watching on Law and Crime. I have it on another screen. Just so you guys know, I always pay attention to what Law and Crime is doing. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on a second. Let me stop sharing. I didn't mean to change it on this screen. I meant to change it. Can you guys see how many times I've watched some True Detective stuff? Because there's a part of that intro. Whoops. Yeah, we're not going to play that because I'm not going to play the audio for that because there are people that are cussing, which I don't really care about, but I bet you they don't know that you can hear them. And so I'm not going to do that. All right. So this is where we're left. I'm going to open up the other window so I can watch I don't know why I closed it. My bad. But let me shout you guys out really quickly. Okay. I absolutely positively could not get through this trial without you guys. I need you. I need the chat, you guys' commentary. It just makes everything so, so, so much better. Really and truly, it does. Lori, as a human being, just generally speaking, is difficult to deal with. The fact that she is representing herself makes it 11 billion times worse. So thank you all for being here. Really, truly, I appreciate it. Because some of this testimony and some of these shenanigans that Lori is pulling is just too much for everybody. So we are going to get through it together. All right. Let's come back over here and finish listening. Basically, what's happened is now Lori's got some people that have been subpoenaed. And of course, she's not doing it correctly. So hang on a minute. Let's hear what the judge says.
It was my understanding that the subpoenas were to call to check in beginning on the date tomorrow because we didn't know where we would be at this point in trial.
Who do you want them to call to see when they actually need to be here? Because obviously the state's not going to finish their case this week, I don't think.
Correct.
Give the defense their numbers. I don't know how, obviously if she wants them to come here, and I will tell them that. I just was passing that along as that is obviously.
So it sounds like the subpoena may have been missing some information of who they should check in with to make sure they report on the correct date and time. So who do you want them to call? Those witnesses? Your investigator?
Yes.
And okay, so we don't need to put it on the record, but the state will pass the investigator's name and number along to those witnesses, and they'll call your investigator, but you're saying they don't need to report tomorrow, correct?
Correct. I didn't get to see those subpoenas. They went straight from my paralegal to OPDS, so I'm not quite sure what they said.
Okay, so I'll direct the state to provide that information, contact information, and that those witnesses just need to stay in contact with the investigator.
Perfect.
All right, anything else for before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor, that's it.
From the defense?
Nope.
All right, we'll be at recess. Thank you. You can sit down.
All right. So as you can see, you know, Lori's subpoenaing people, but her paralegal, I guess, isn't filling out the information completely. Bruh. Okay. So there's that. The other thing I wanted to talk to you guys about today is this is completely not part of this testimony or this trial. there is currently a hearing, a pretrial hearing taking place in Idaho pertaining to Brian Koberger. There is, I've listened to some of it, obviously not all of it, because yes, Michelle, this was yesterday. This is what we missed when we were rudely and abruptly just cut off from the stream. No me gusta. Anywho, so I was thinking, and you guys let me know in the chat when it comes time for lunch today in the Daybell or Lori Vallow Daybell Esquire trial. If you guys want to hear the hearing that's going on in Idaho pertaining to Brian Koberger, there's arguments are being made. One of them that I listened to this morning had to do with, remember when Brian allegedly was in the area of Moscow in August 2023, and he got pulled over, and the state wants that to come in. Okay, that video. Well, the defense is arguing that it goes to Rule 404, that it is more prejudicial than probative. And it's actually a really good argument that they're the arguments from both sides back and forth. I appreciated it. It's quite interesting. So let me let me know in the chat if you're amenable to viewing that hearing over lunch. Tosh says, OMG, Linda Sturmer's sons testified. They did. And that's another thing I want to talk to you guys about. So there's no court for Lori on Fridays. Okay. So what I was thinking we could do is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday catch up on the days that we missed, because evidently they don't have court on Mondays either. So in Linda Sturmer's trial, there's no court on Mondays. In Lori's trial, there's no court on Fridays. So that works out for us because we should be able to get through it. Yeah. Perfect. Let's do that. Although I'm not really sure how I might have to do like on Saturday. I'm going to do it during the day. So like on Saturdays, I might have to do like 2 days. So Saturday will be longer. So you guys let me know if you're down. 541 Hollywood is down for Koberger pretrial motions at lunch. Sounds like that's fantastic. I hope. Let me know if the rest of you guys in chat are amenable to that, because I would really like to listen to it. So we can do that if you want. You haven't missed anything, Nameless. We just went through what happened yesterday when we were so rudely and abruptly cut off from the stream. Basically, the judge cautioned Lori. He's like, look, when you say things after the question has been answered, like, oh, I didn't know that, that's considered a form of that's considered testifying. You cannot do that. Please don't do that. Okay. Then on top of that, she has also apparently subpoenaed some people, but didn't give a number to call. So to check when they need to be there. And Nameless says, not even new attorneys get this much leeway. Well, the thing is the reason that the reason that Lori is getting leeway is because she isn't an attorney, and even a new attorney should be familiar with some of this stuff. Yes, Tracy, I believe we are missing a last name because, well, Cox is her maiden name, but Charles Vallow was her fourth husband. So there's a couple in between that we haven't gotten to. I am still keeping an eye out for the judge's decision regarding Todd Mullis and whether or not he will get a retrial. So there is that also. All right, now court has started, but unfortunately, once again, there isn't any sound, so I don't know what we're going to hear. She's already questioning him, but we have no sound. There's like a 5-minute delay on sound. So, and they don't have closed captions available. Thanks, Law and Crime. All right, here we go. Oh, she's not asking him anything. Okay, so good. People are just coming in and he's already on the stand. So I just want you guys to know that whenever I start the stream, I always have the window that play of the courtroom playing. You guys can't see it, but I can hear it. So, and I have it always waiting backstage so I can see and I can hear. And I promise you guys, when it comes to them, when court starts, when testimony begins, I promise you guys, we will not miss any of it. I promise. Okay. I promise, cross my heart, pinky promise. So, yeah. So Melissa K wants to know, has she opened the door for anything yet? I heard the fire rescue said he reviewed from Idaho when she asked if he prepared for yesterday. I didn't hear him actually say the word Idaho, but he may have. Okay. There was a bit of a kerfuffle yesterday during his testimony. So I might have missed a word or 10 or 20 or several. But him just saying that isn't enough to open the door to allow any of that stuff in, because she has brought up Alex Cox repeatedly and the judge has shut it down. See, Lori wants to use Alex and Tylee's statements from the day of the shooting. Okay. But the state is like, no. You cannot, you murdered these. Well, Alex is dead. Tylee has been murdered. And you are guilty of Tylee's murder. And what you'd like to, you didn't want them around. They were in, she was inconvenient. She was in the way. She was an obstacle. So you murdered her. Okay. But now you want to use her statements to your benefit. Get bent. That is not an actual legal argument, but that is my summation of the legal argument that the state made. You cannot benefit from the statements of somebody that you murdered. So there you have it. Oh dear. I don't know what is going on with the camera operator. Okay. Yesterday they were messing with the tint, the color, the hue. They were blurring things that weren't needing to be blurred. Also, I know yesterday we were talking about who the prosecutor reminds us of. And to me, she reminds me just from the back because of that really straight blonde hair. What is her name? She used to be on Fox. I keep wanting to say like Coltrane is her last, like Kim Coltrane. Is that her name? Hold on. Let me hit the Googles. Let me see if I can figure it out. Just from behind that. So she reminds me of with that really straight blonde hair. Hold on. Is it Kim Coulter? Hold on, let me see. No. Damn it. I know her last name starts with a C. Let's see. No. Help me out, you guys. I know who you guys know who she does look like. Ann Coulter. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah Bellum. That's who she reminds me of just from the back. Thank you. Thank you, Seven Lilies. She does also look like Angela from The Office. Let's go with that as well. Yes. Thank you, guys. You know how I just sometimes my brain is just like, bruh, no. Bye, Michelle DeMattis. Good luck. I'm sure it'll be beautiful. DeMattis. Michelle D. Listen, I'm not saying anything about Anne in any like positive or negative, but just from behind. That's it. Just the stick straight blonde hair. Let's see what's going on with Lori's hair today. I don't see Lori in the courtroom at all. Camera person, could you pan over to Lori? I mean, for F's sakes. There we go with the freaking color adjustment. Just leave it alone. Please, for the love of Pete. Stop messing with it. I would imagine that oh, I don't know, Tosh. I really don't. I don't know why they mess with it. Get back, Alice. I know you're going to try to get over here, and I don't know, ma'am. Just yes, Rachel. He is still on the stand. Here's the problem. We just started, Tallulah, so you didn't miss anything. They haven't even actually started testimony or anything. I don't see Lori in the courtroom. Perhaps she's having some type of tantrum off stage. We can't see her behind the jail, wherever the heck they keep her at. But yeah, you haven't missed anything. It's nice to see everybody. Hey, while you guys are, while we're all just chit-chatting and kicking it, waiting for old Lori to start, would y'all run over to the like button and give your girl a thumbs up? I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's about to begin her cross-examination. And yesterday, the judge told her when we got abruptly and rudely cut off, and I'm going to keep saying that because I don't appreciate it. I'm still very upset about that whole situation. But yeah, let me get the chicken so y'all know what to do. Here we go. Be like this chicken and run on over to the like button. There you go. We need to name that little chicken. What should we name the chicken? I believe it's a male, so it's a rooster. But what should we name our little rooster friend over there? He looks like a Carl to me. I think his name should be Carl. Rooster Carl. Carl the rooster. Yikes on bikes. Come on. Stop with the fast zoom. We're not watching Blair Witch. Lord Jesus. Here we go. Now we're just going to take a view of the whole entire courtroom. You need me to give you a trigger warning on that chicken? Nameless. Okay. Oh, Neat Noodle points out we do already have a Carl the Bailiff. However, Carl the Bailiff did a lot of running around as well. So perhaps it works. Let me think on this. Let's play it again. Okay. Nameless, here's your trigger warning for the chicken, babe. Here we go. Because I need to watch our friend again so I can think of a name for him. Might have to watch a few more times. Ooh, Rusty. Oh, I'm so sorry, Nameless. Cluck. Rodney. Rachel says, rapidinho. Colonel, Nike, Chuck. Let's call him Chuck. Steve. Curtis. I like the name Curtis. We can't name him Red because we already had a Red. Ricardo. Cluck Norris. Dennis. I do like Dennis too. Shaq. Chuck the Cluck. Oh my goodness. Come on, court. What's happening? This is like, what is Lori doing back? What's the problem? Is she having a pout? What's happening? Because she's not in the courtroom. Quagmire. Giggity. Drumstick. Oh my goodness. His name is Ralph.
I'll stand by my statement, Your Honor.
All right.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I don't want to argue about it.
All right. The record's been made.
Shut up, Lori.
A little bit of additional information regarding Detective Kuhn's testimony into my minute entry yesterday that is probably posted or will be posted today to supplement the record. So I guess to the extent you're making some sort of, your objections noted, I guess.
Thank you.
Jury right here. All right, let's bring in the jury. Oh, wait. Do you have whatever exhibit?
I believe.
It's irritating everyone that Lori refers to Charles as her husband. It's highly manipulative. Hate her. What about Pollo Paco? Paco Pollo. How about that? Paco Pollo. Or Pollo. We can just call him Pollo. Michelle, there's nothing for you to hear, sweetheart. They keep taking this audio in and out. I don't know who's running the show over here in the courtroom today as far as the camera and sound is going, but I'm going to need you to get it together, okay? It's unprofessional.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Even I could do it better. Bring the jury in. Let's get this show on the road. I don't think Lori understands what arguing it means. It's not like a layman's term arguing. It is a bit of a debate, as it were, because both sides get to speak and make their case, but it's not a negative. So if you put an objection on the record, the state gets to come back and have a moment if they choose to. At least they have the offer is on the table. They can say, "Nah, we don't want to." No, we don't really care.
Continue her cross-examination of this witness.
This is a good question. Oh boy. She's
Detective Coons, I know we
hold
didn't-
on. Hold the phone. Back the milk truck all the way up. Now, Lori, didn't we tell you not to be wearing the Demon Charo, Cowardly Lion, Shih Tzu hybrid hairdo? Did we or did we not? The evidence will show we absolutely told you. We said, don't wear your hair that way. And yet, here we are. Fucking Lori. Anyway, Blanca asks, can they know she is now married to Chad? Yes, they can, and they do. It was in the state's opening statement. Basically, the state said, bottom line, end of the, just bottom lining it for you. Lori Vallow wanted to be Mrs. Daybell.
Really established yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
Okay. No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
Were you present, Detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, Detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh, I guess.
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
In all of your investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and have authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I'm going to object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, and it says in your report, did you, in fact, collect my husband's clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
Yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection to relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be shored?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a shored wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession?
It was seized as evidence, yes.
And you never checked what kind of fabric it was?
No, ma'am.
And you never checked if that could be a possibility?
No, ma'am.
And you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of short mark that you just mentioned, correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing.
Yes.
Or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned.
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a short wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mention let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a short wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound kit was?
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts, so it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front,
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the short wound.
Object again that we've asked and answered this 3 times
Sustained.
now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a short wound in any kind of,
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
as an expert?
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a short wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the 2 different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
It is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so, did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you saw it twice.
That's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Okay. Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
And what does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact. There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay. Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
And again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so we can use them, right?
Yeah.
Can we look
Just
at these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well on there. So, in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out, was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct.
Okay, that's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual
Yeah,
exhibit?
she can approach and,
Okay.
and are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
This is the most pedantic line of questioning ever. I'm doing good, Jenny444. How are you, babe? I'm a little annoyed with Lori, I'm not going to lie, especially this hairdo. And I went online looking for pictures of Shih Tzus, and you guys, they're so cute. I can't. I can't make a meme about it pertaining to Lori. They're so cute. I just can't do it. Yeah, she's still testifying, Sarah Bellum, because she doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap the law. The rules don't apply to her. She's an exalted being / goddess. Look how excited she gets me and makes me yell. I need to stop. Oh my God, look at that hairdo.
Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
However, I might be able to make a mashup of Lori and the Cowardly Lion. Put them up. Put them up.
Is that 239? Okay. Detective, for the record, you're looking at Exhibit 239. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claimed made the divot in my wood floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what you
I'm going
said?
to object to asked and answered at least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am. As I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed, and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit, and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay.
And there's nowhere for it to go.
Being on the floor.
You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. It was funny, but then I got distracted. Sorry. I'll keep going.
How did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under?
Okay, I know what I was going to say. She looks like she's about to lead a prancer-size class. That's all.
That's my question.
Just what?
Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy. Until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it, to slow it down, it's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's on.
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there's going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor, so that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband?
I believe what he's talking about is physics, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't it E equals MC squared? Isn't that what he's trying to explain to Lori? Not physics like you're used to with the thumb. Shut up, Lori. Also, hey, I'm Kaylin. What's up, buddy?
Shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it. I would say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is that correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Well, let's see. You did not test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
You did not investigate my husband?
Hold on a minute. You guys, look, normally I try to be really quiet and not to interrupt too much of the testimony with my nonsensical commentary, but my God, she's going to start striking things. I'm done. Ah. I would like to move that not only are the questions stricken, but she gets shocked as well.
Husband's shirt.
And object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha, Carolina, and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
There would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Hey, Remy, good to see you, babe. Remy says, "Hey, Jen, what's with her saying okay after every answer?" Well, she was cautioned by the judge yesterday after court, who said stop doing that. And I guess Lori potentially has oppositional defiance disorder. I'm not qualified to diagnose anybody. This is just for entertainment purposes only. I'm making a joke. But that has seemingly made her want to continue to say okay or continue to testify every single time after the question is answered, because she's an exalted being and goddess, and the rules do not apply to her. That is all. Let's keep going.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
Do you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided. I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
I can't help it, you guys. I have to say this. It's going to drive me nuts. Lori, if Alex didn't shoot Charles, then who did? Should you be up there instead of facing conspiracy charges? Should you be facing first-degree murder charges? Is that what you're saying?
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she
You
gave.
can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take exhibit 239, is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you there observing them as they do that?
Yes.
You're not just wandering around outside drinking a coffee while they're processing the house?
No, ma'am.
So every item that we've brought in is something that you observed, you were there as they were documented and collected?
Correct.
And some of them, like the gun, you actually had to make safe before it could be collected.
Actually, Detective Duncan is the one that made it safe, but I was present for those things.
Okay. You were asked about the backyard being searched. When you have other people searching the house, and I think you'd said it was a collaborative event, if someone observes something, do they bring it to your attention as the scene agent?
Yes, if I'm asking somebody to do a search for me to help out with a larger area, it is their responsibility to bring it forward to me if they discover something that they think is important.
And if they see something, you would then go out and observe it yourself?
Yes.
We had talked about the gun yesterday and the ejection port. See if this will be visible here. What do we see right here?
So that is the ejection port.
So when we're talking about how a semi-automatic gun works, and you were talking about the ejection to the right, is that in this gun indicated by the opening where that ejection port is, the side that it's on of the gun?
The opening is part of how it'll indicate where it ejects. Also the extractor, which is a small lever behind the ejection port, is what grabs the casing to pull it out. And internally, there's going to be an ejector that it's usually a small pinpoint that kicks it, and the springs basically flip it out.
So all of that was what made you understand which way the casings would have ejected out of this gun?
Yes.
Now, you told us that that every gun can be slightly different if it's more upward, more outward, and you are unaware for this gun what that ejection would be like.
Correct.
I'm going to go back to your diagram. This is Exhibit 5. Are you able to, by looking at the measurements that you took, give us an estimate of the distance between those two casings that you have listed here as 9 and 10?
My estimation would be a couple feet.
And I guess, would your measurements, did you take measurements of where those were?
I took measurements from the reference points to triangulate it, but I did not measure distance between each object to the other objects.
So the measurements that we see, I'm going to take it out of here. On the second page of your report, are those triangulations that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are we able to extrapolate from this any distance between those two, or we are left with what you recall at this point?
You're left with what I recall, but I also, on my diagram, I put a reference line or dimension line. It's near the north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
Okay. And is that this line up here?
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred.
Yes, Nitka, Trina K is Juan Martinez's
Different perspective,
girlfriend,
but
who he
in
prosecuted
this house, you have talked about a rounded
Jody
wall.
Arias.
Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And you know, I'm gonna put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location, let me say the general location of the shooter?
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes.
Do casings bounce and roll?
They do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No.
This is just where they ended up or stopped?
It's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at this scene, are you relying upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located Somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. You were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the Chandler report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, it was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet is 24 inches?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, saying from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is 2 feet.
Yes.
Understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up Exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions. Detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph of it, there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it, that made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Okay. Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit, and had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, and I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot.
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward,
Yes,
and then given the distance away from Charles, this would be, in your mind, consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle.
correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so, again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound, and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. They can call its next witness.
If I may go get her.
Just to answer some of the questions in the side chat, my personal opinion is that Lori is classified as a Black Widow killer because she met, or she murdered Charles Vallow for financial gain. Period. End of conversation. That's typically what we think of as a black widow or what widow killer. I believe she would not even, like, obviously she doesn't fit the classical definition of a serial killer because she's not the one who actually took anybody's lives, and the only time we know for sure that she was present when a life was taken was at Charles's. So she's not even really like, even Chad and Lori couldn't even be considered like a killer couple. Not exactly sure. I just think the
All right, come on up. You're going to stand right here.
what's up, Judge? Hi. He's so patient with her, man. It was me, Blanca. I gifted memberships. I'll gift some more later on. But I forgot what I was going to say because I was distracted by the judge.
All right.
Let me stop. Let me be quiet.
Seat up here to my left.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed.
Do you live here in Arizona?
In Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5.
Do you have grandchildren?
15.
Busy person.
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to a person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking on the phone as well.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this,
A lot.
what's a lot to you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Okay. Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
Okay, so you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had children?
Yes.
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
A lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes.
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow?
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No.
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about
Your Honor.
why?
Objection. Leading. Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
Yes.
Based upon your discussions, how long did you think there had been issues going on between Charles and his wife?
For several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019, so since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
Correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes.
Who was that?
He was living with Lori at that time. He had older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens, no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did.
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
Just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg Restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there and told them we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ.
Just for those joining us who might not be aware, the witness on the stand currently is Nancy Jo Hancock. She had a online relationship, friendship in the early stages of. They were in the wooing phases, and so he told her things about Lori and the situation that was going on.
So excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles had this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next day? Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym. And yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there, so it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning. He was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay, and as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the Keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should. Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No,
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
no.
When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of 2018?
I did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
The audio issue was me. I kept thinking while I was outside getting the text and reading the chat that maybe I have it turned down too low. Let me just check that. And lo and behold, I did. I greatly apologize for that. The audio it's not the best anyway, but we'll see. Okay. And my mic is now turned down. So I'm not, if I'm too low, I'm too low. I'd rather be too low than too high. Here we go.
Cross.
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We
correct?
have not?
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages,
Meow, Lori, damn.
you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
We'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman, is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance, you stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move
sorry,
this
Your
way.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Oh my gosh. She is out of control. All of a sudden, okay, Lori, let's put this into perspective, you gigantic hypocrite looking ass. Okay? You were interested in no longer being Mrs. Vallow because you wanted to become Mrs. Daybell. Period. The end. Okay? Stop playing with these people out here. It's very, very annoying. Now, that being said, for you to get up on the ricketiest high horse in all of the land and look down your nose at this woman for being online dating and asking her if she frequently dated married men. Meanwhile, you are gallivanting all over Hell's Half Acre with Chad Daybell, who is very, very, very married to Tammy Daybell. But you didn't give a rat's fat kneecap about that. Now, did you? No, you did not. Sit your clown ass down. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry that you have to go through this,
witness
Nancy.
shouldn't take too much longer.
But-
I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness.
But I'm sorry you have to go through this, Nancy, Joe Hancock. But unfortunately, you do, in order for the jury to see that this woman's ridiculous, petty level is at 100. That is all.
Witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear. Please rise for the jury.
I'm sorry for the court reporter not being able to hear. That's unfortunate. But I feel bad for Nancy. I do, because she's put in an unfortunate situation. She meets Charles. Charles is a nice guy. He's witty. He's funny. He can keep up a good
All right,
conversation.
please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
And yet, here we
The last
go.
question the
Lori's
defendant
being a
asked of the
dick.
witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's what I
Yes.
recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door.
No, let her open that door. Please let her open that door. Open that door,
Answer
Lori.
the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right, if you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring the
objection.
jury back in and have her answer the
Yes,
question.
have her answer it. Yes,
right.
indeed.
Bring the jury in.
Absolutely. Open that door all the way up, roll out the welcome mat, and put out a tray of snacks. We are here for it. I'm going to keep my mic low like this all the time, because whenever I get excited and I get yelly, then I don't sound like I'm yelling to you guys. You don't have to be like, oh God, earbud warning. Here comes Bindi with her big mouth. No. Now I'm low. So even though I'm yelly, you guys don't hear it as yelly. Yes. Open it up, roll out the welcome mat, put out a tray of snacks, have a band, refreshments, music, dancing, all of the things. Well, Michelle, let me let you know what's going on. So Lori is a big dummy, and she just opened this entire big ass door, okay? Because she asked the witness, what did Charles tell you about me? And now she's finna answer as soon as they bring the jury back in. Yup. I love this for you, Lori. So that's what's going on. Let's have a little react. Let's see what this one does. What the F? You have to be kidding me, Law and Crime. What the French toast are you doing?
No. What was some of the last things
What
Charles
in
Vallow
the
ever said?
absolute hell is happening here? Give me just a minute. I cannot believe Law and Crime did me like this. Hold the phone. Don't you worry. Hold on. We're going to rewind. Just a sec. All right. It doesn't look like they've brought the jury in. So we'll see. Give me just a second. There we go. He did say to bring the jury in. I don't know what the F Court TV is, or what the F Law and Crime is doing. Don't y'all worry about it. Don't y'all worry about it. I have y'all completely covered. In fact, just to make sure that I have every available option, just give me un momentito. I'm going to check. Hold on. Let me see something here. Let me make sure. All right. Yeah, I don't know what law and crime is doing. However, we're going to go over here to the local. Let me see what's going on. Let's see, what does East Idaho have? Okay, there's where the jury left. Let's see. All right, hold on a minute. Let's see. Hold on, I'll do it like this. Oh, hold on a minute. Don't y'all worry, I'll get it for us. All right, let's see. All right, they're still waiting for the jury to come in. So let me just see what's going on over here. I guess they went ahead and went to lunch. Yeah, they went to lunch. Okay. Whew. Don't worry. All right, so I have it ready. Now let's then, okay, if we can't watch that, let's see what's going on with the, ooh, we're right at a good part. Let me rewind it just a little bit, okay? Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's share this tab instead. All right. Oop, wrong thing.
In other words,
All right, so hold on, Your Honor. Pardon me, Your Honor. So this is what we're doing now. So now we're just going to switch over to the Brian Koberger hearing so that we can listen and can you, what, hold on a second, you guys. Actually, it might be good for them to go to lunch because this, let me tell you why. So the witness that's on the stand, Ms. Hancock, she knows what the question is about to be, right? Because Lori's going to get an opportunity to ask it again. And this gives her time to calm down, to get her thoughts together, and come across perfectly to the jury. See, we don't want Lori to have any, I mean, legitimate. In her mind, she's always the dadgum victim, right? But we don't want her to appear like the victim. We don't want her to have an opportunity to make Charles look bad in front of the jury. And Nancy's next answer and the way that she answers it, not just the words that she uses, her body language, her tone, all of those things, the jury is paying attention to. Okay. So it's important that she gets a moment to collect herself and really think about what she wants to say, because that was a wide open, big ass door that Lori just, she's such an idiot. Thank God she's such an idiot. Anyway, it was an open-ended question. So in all of the things that Charles Vallow potentially told Miss Hancock, if she can only, call me Sadie. If she can only name like one thing, okay, then here we go. If she can only name one thing, then we want her to name the absolute most damning, throwed off, messed up thing. Okay. And now she doesn't have to think of it on the spot. She has a moment to compose herself. She has a moment to think about it and make it count. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to go to lunch like that. I don't really appreciate that. It's made me very upset. I'm big, huge mad. But before we, hold on a minute. Before we start that part, before we start the, hold on a second. Let me see where the jury went out. All right, hold on a second. And they might not have been able to resolve the court reporter, so that might be why they went back off the record. Hold on. Now I want to find it. Where's that part? Son of a bitch. Hold on. Where's that part where Lori opened that door? Now I can't find it. All right, it's fine. Let's just go ahead and talk about Koberger. All right. Oh, wow. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that so much. Okay. It's not hearsay. Because let me think of, I'm trying to remember why if it was hearsay, the judge wouldn't have let it in. I think the reason that it's not hearsay is because it is a statement made by a party opponent. Okay. In this case, I think they would classify Charles, because he's the victim, as a party opponent. I'm not 100% sure on that. Aw, thank you. That was really sweet of you to send that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So I think that if it were hearsay, because the judge has already not let, there were some things that Lori wanted in, but they've already ruled that statements made by Alex and Tylee cannot come in. So now we are going to get to the Brian Koberger hearing. So let's hear what they have to say. Let me just check and make sure that the volume is correct. We do not need a kerfuffle like we had last time. All right, let's get into it and see what's going on here.
Somebody who transcribed it to say this is what they said. So to me, there's two different questions. One, should the 911 call come in? And second, should I allow, if there is a disagreement?
So Remy says, is there proof to back up what this woman may say? They have text messages between Charles Vallow and this witness. So I would imagine, and the truth of the matter is, Remy, in this situation, there are exceptions to the hearsay rule. For example, if it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted, which in this situation would be his murder. Okay. I think that these statements can come in. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, Lisa. I appreciate you, Jen. Thank you guys so much for sending those. You guys support me. I cannot thank you enough for the support. But because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, I believe that's how it can come in. There are other situations where people can, okay, so for example, if Lori said if a witness got up there and was testifying and was asked, well, what did the defendant say to you? And this has happened. This happened during the testimony when the first responders were on the stand. The reason that can come in is because Lori's a party opponent. So there are exceptions. And I think also, let me look into more about hearsay. Hearsay is a very, very complicated one for me. It's not one that I fully grasp, but I do have some ideas about it. All right. So apparently they're arguing about the 911 call. Okay. So let's get into it. And I need a human moment, if you guys don't mind. I'll be right back.
A transcript.
Well, the state has offered to allow the defendant's transcript that they had certified.
The fact it's certified doesn't make it otherwise independently admissible. It's hearsay. The transcript part of it.
Well, it's a transcript of the 911 call. I believe that it could be self-authenticating. It has sufficient standards of reliability built into the transcript.
That may be one. 24 might be a hook. You haven't complied with the requirements of 24 at this point, but.
No, but we haven't met our exhibit or witness deadline yet. So obviously, we would have to lay the proper foundation for that and would intend to do so. Thank you.
Okay, so before I go take my human break, the boss lady says, I think Judge wants Lori to change her mind. That's why he called lunch. Here's the thing about that. I think he called lunch because I don't think they got the issue completely resolved with the transcript, with the court reporter, perhaps. The judge is okay. So when the judge makes his rulings, any judge in any courtroom, whether it's civil or criminal, but let's just talk about criminal. When they make their ruling, they are keeping in mind that the appeals process, okay, which is essentially having your supervisor. I don't know if it's really a supervisor. That's a really okay. It's like remember when you were in school and the teacher told you to pass your paper to the person behind you and they graded it. It's like peer review, okay? But nobody wants their coworker looking over their job and saying, "Oh, you made a mistake," because that's what it is, a trial error, right? So they don't want them doing that. So when they're making these rulings, when they're doing all of the things, they keep that in mind, okay? This is what I think happened. I think that the judge just decided, you know what? They're already out. This is probably going to take a while for this question and this answer session to go on. Let's go ahead and let them go to lunch. I think when she said yes, I think he knew the testimony was going to be longer and there wasn't going to be like any good breaking point. And he doesn't want to interrupt her flow. Okay. Because that's not fair either. All right. So I think that's more like what happened. And Lily's Corner says her counsel might make her change her mind. Her counsel was right there when she made her decision. I don't think they're going to try to change her mind. They're not there that's not their purpose. Okay. Their purpose is to assist her in understanding the judge's rulings. All right. Now for real, I'm taking my break. I've got to go potty.
I think I need to take a statement by statement approach to this. I do think that the surviving roommates, surviving victims of the burglary were under the stress of the immediate events. But there are some questions about some of the other statements in there as to whether they would come in. So I think in general, much of the 911 tape meets the qualifications, but not all of it. I think there are concerns with some of them, as I've outlined in my questions. But I will write that because to give you more particular guidance. All right, the text messages and testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Similar motion by the state, asking to bring in the phone records for DM between 2:10 a.m. and 4:37 a.m. on November 13th, as well as related testimony around that same time between DM and BF. Again, the state submits that there are allowable exceptions to the rule against hearsay to allow these statements to come in. I broke those down in my motion and reply, and the applicable rules for their introduction. This is a much easier piece of evidence in order to be able to present certain time periods and not put in non-hearsay. It's much easier than an audio recording where we would have to redact. But for the messages that DM sends and the messages that BF responds, I think all of those are allowable under the excited utterance, as well as the present sense impression exceptions to the rule against hearsay. If you have any questions about any specific messages.
Well, Your Honor has our exhibits already related to this, and then in the record were BF's phone activity. I don't need to quote extensively from those. There's a lot more to the text messages than the state has provided to the court, and the lot more makes a difference when you put all of these into context. We went through some of those in our briefing, and the court can see that there's even more when the court looks at the exhibit. I understand from the court's previous statement that the court would accept a complete copy of something versus just pieces of it. Well, I could offer
Qualifies for
it.
the completion document. If it's necessary to explain the prior admitted stuff and its close enough connection in time and in subject matter, and so there are some questions there. It's not just automatic.
We certainly would understand that we'd have to present some information or cross-examine witnesses about that. The additional bits of information that are contained in that record around that same time frame, though, provide a much better context when we're talking about other communications with social media, with saving pictures, creating new contacts in one's cell phone right before the texting starts between DM and BF, and then subsequent to that, looking at pictures, editing pictures, calling family members. There's a much bigger picture than just this tiny little piece of texting between the two parties there at night. Further context about these messages the court should be aware that it's not just these messages. There's a lot more activity going on between these two people, and it's hard to tell what it is because there's telephone calls and those kinds of activities, as well as going down to one another's room, spending the time together, talking to each other, really take it out of an excited utterance because it's an entire transaction between the two people. It's not just a tiny little piece of context with this group of text messaging. And the whole is what matters here. And takes it away from being excited utterances because of the other activities of the two people.
The activities that occur after, so for example, the texts between, at 4:18 or 4:20 or whatever, those aren't affected by the later activities of, surfing Instagram or whatever. And I'll be interested to hear the testimony of the two young ladies because my experience with that age group has shown that where you or I might phone somebody, others might check out their social media to see where they're at or what they're doing, right? And so understanding how they're using those apps is also important.
It is important, and I would refer the court to our affidavit from Mr. Roloff, talking about the Snapchat activity, talking about Instagram, and there's a way to tell if somebody's active on Instagram versus just having it open in the.
Okay, now I really want to talk about these texts, okay? Because we did see a portion of the texts that came out. Okay. And they are, in my opinion, and according to the judge and according to the defense, they are only a portion. And I don't think they're in context either, because there comes, so we saw them be released, right? And then what happened is there's this flow of conversation that's making sense. And then there's this abrupt text from I think it's Bethany that writes, Xana was wearing all black. Obviously it's one of the two, but it comes out of nowhere. It's from Dylan. There's no discussion about anybody's attire. There's no clothing discussion. It comes seemingly out of absolutely nowhere, which tells me that some kind of conversation, just lunch, Rachel, you haven't missed anything. There's some kind of communication, some part of the conversation that we're not getting. And this is why I would caution everyone when you're reading the filings that come out and when some of the evidence along with those filings comes out, to be careful making a determination of guilt or innocence on anybody, Koberger and the surviving roommates, all three of them. And here's why. Because what those are is it's whoever made the motion, whoever filed it, it's their perception of the evidence. And they're arguing either for something to be admitted or against something being admitted based on that perception. It's not the totality of the evidence. We don't understand the full context because they're picking out pieces that they want to either have included or not have included, all of those things. So I would just encourage you guys, we're going to get to see the trial. We know the trial is going to be streamed. I promised you that I would stream it, even though we're going to be in another situation where we have to start late and we go late. I don't care. I'm very, very interested in this trial, just like I'm very, very interested in both trials of Stephen Stearns. And here's the reason why. Because yes, under the Sunshine Law, okay, in Florida, as soon as the defense receives items in the discovery, then those items then can be FOIA'd, okay? And we get them. The problem is we don't really know how it all fits together until we see it in its entirety. So that's where I would say, hey, let's be careful. Let's just take a beat, take what does Pharrell say? Matter of fact, you should take two. We got to be patient. Okay. Does the state, I mean, excuse me, does the defense in the Koberger case have my interest piqued? Yes, they do. I am quite interested in hearing how their perception of the evidence. I'm also very interested in hearing how how it all fits together. Do they have the right guy? That's what I'm interested in. And the only way for me to know whether it's really not whether they have the right guy. The state thinks they have the right guy. Can they prove that Brian Koberger and Brian Koberger alone committed these crimes on this date, around this time, beyond a reasonable doubt? And then the defense, their job is to poke holes and open the door for reasonable doubt. And that's what I'm interested in seeing, the back and forth, the weight, what the evidence is, what weight the evidence should be given, all of those things. That's what I'm interested in. And that's why I really want to wait. And that's why I haven't. And listen, I want to make this very, very clear. I have seen Melissa's lives about the case against Brian Koberger. She's doing an absolutely excellent job of breaking it all down. She's very rational about all of it. And so I would recommend her, and I'm recommending her because I've watched her. That doesn't mean that there aren't other people. It's just that I can only recommend people that I've actually watched. I think that's fair. Okay. So Rachel says, wait, what was the opening the door thing? Was that before the sidebar? That was part of this sidebar. So what happened, Rachel, during the sidebar was that the last question that Lori asked the witness on the stand. Hold on a second. Let me just turn this down. Okay. The last question that Ms. Hancock was asked on the stand was, what types of things did my husband tell you about me? Okay. That opens up a big ass door. Okay. Because he could say that, I mean, I don't know what Charles told this woman. I have no idea. But I can't imagine that he was giving Lori any type of good Google review. I'm sure he rated her quite poorly on Yelp. So whatever it is, it's going to be bad. Kristen asks, can she talk to prosecutors during this break? No. The rule is, well, I've not heard the judge say anything to witnesses after, but usually the judge will tell witnesses, they usually have a sequestration order, which means that they can't talk to each other about each other's testimony at all. They can't talk about, any of that. So I know that there is a rule of sequestration for the witnesses. They can't view the trial while it's ongoing until they've testified and they've been released from their subpoena, all of that. So my inclination would be to say no. My inclination would be to say she cannot, that her opportunity to speak with prosecutors would have come prior to taking the stand. So let's see what MK says. So MK says, I think they got the right guy, but the evidence and facts presented so far leaves a lot of reasonable doubt on the table, even without what the defense is bringing up, but haven't seen all the evidence. That's what I'm waiting for. Yes, I figured, for everybody, MK Leon is talking about the Idaho 4. He's not talking about Lori. Okay, bye-bye. I don't know why I just decided to go into Ain't Be There for a minute, but for whatever reason, I was moved. Anyway, I agree. And that's the thing is, we don't have all the evidence yet, and we don't actually even know how all of the evidence fits together. You know, there's still a lot on the table that we haven't seen. So I'm curious to see how it all fits together and if they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's their burden of proof. So let me turn Lori up just a little so I can make sure. Now I'm curious about what time. I think we should be getting back from lunch in about 15 minutes, right? Let me see. No. All right. So it's 1:13 their time. I think 2 is when they come back. Well, 2 is when they hold on. 2 is when the live feed resumes. So let's keep hearing a little bit more from this hearing and see what they come to.
The background of their phone, and those are things that were going on, as well as editing pictures. The picture editing happened in those overnight hours. Instagram happened later in that morning.
Wouldn't affect the excited utterance and present sense impression of the earlier 4 o'clock text, I guess is my point, because those are afterwards. Those are after they retreated to the room together, and, you know, and what happened there happened there.
Mostly I agree. There were things that happened right before. DM created a new contact at 3:51 in the morning.
Before anything happened that was of an excited nature.
If you accept the state's timeline for that, and we don't know that yet.
The foundation that will have to be laid, but that's their version of the time events, and that's then the jury's job to figure that out.
Shortly after the last text message, and I'm talking just minutes, DM and BF are doing different things on their phone that night as they get together that night. There's the period of time that they're together in that room, both before there's a break in activity. There's not really a break in DM's phone. That is pretty well continuous. And there is a break for BF, but it starts again right away. So I understand the court's looking at an isolated part of time, but I think it's important to understand what activity was happening leading up to that and what activity happened immediately after that, when the two of them are together downstairs, to put it into context. One of the other concerns is the use of this text messaging, not just through the witness that's testifying, but to bolster each other's testimony or to bring in somebody else's statements through another person. So I think that it's important when the court analyzes if this is really an excited utterance to look at what's being said, as well as to understand the context right before and the context right after, not the next morning. The one's continuous, but right after.
Well, there are several things that I have to look at. One is, you know, first of all, is it hearsay? Is it an assertion, right? So is it offered for the truth of the matter asserted? We get to those two things. Then we look at, is there an exception? For each of those two things, it generally means it's an out-of-court statement, then it's, unless otherwise definitionally excluded, hearsay. Unless there's an exception, then the exception being the excited utterance, and then we look at the surrounding events. Is it common or current present sense impression?
Okay, so this is interesting because this kind of is sort of what we're talking about really with the whatever it was that Charles Vallow told Miss Hancock, right? So I'm curious, there must be some type of hearsay exception, and it's one of these things that he's talking about here that makes it where whatever Charles told her can come in, which, yes, that is. So I'll show you here. is Brian Koberger.
Look at the surrounding events, what's said. Much of it is not assertions necessarily, or I would imagine some of it not offered for the truth, but simply to establish a timeline. And so I'll look at all of those things, but I don't think I can just look at the whole thing in whole and say, well, because they later on were doing things that, 19, 20-year-olds do with their phone, doesn't mean that what happened earlier wasn't an excited utterance.
See, and this is the other thing that I'm curious about with Koberger. Okay, I understand that, yes, please don't come at me in the comment section on replay, because I understand that Brian Koberger has the presumption of innocence, okay? But this is for the purposes of discussion, okay? I'm not saying that he's guilty, or I'm not saying he's innocent. We're just having a discussion. All right, there's my little disclaimer. Having said that, let's go with the state's theory, right? Let's say that Brian Koberger is the correct person. I don't need there to be a connection prior to the crime for me to believe that he's guilty. Strangers kill other strangers all the time. Ted Bundy did not know I don't want to say all of his, Ted Bundy didn't know his victims prior to picking them out. And truth be told, a lot of it was happenstance and circumstances. Okay. He, used props. He would, wear a cast and be fumbling around with something, and whoever, whatever woman, offered to help, he's like any other predator, like an animal. Although the purposes of his prey was most animals are predators because they're looking for something, they're hungry. They don't just kill indiscriminately. They don't just kill to kill. But for whatever reason, the victims that ended up being victims, something about them, because lots of women offered to help. Not everyone that offered to help was murdered. There were women there was a woman who got away. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. So my point is, I don't need there to be a connection prior to the murders. I need there to be a connection to the murders. That's just me. So yeah, and this is that I agree with you too here, MK. MK says, I wouldn't convict off what I know so far. I'm ready to see all the facts and evidence. That's where I am too. I'm not ready to convict him, because obviously the state is going to put forth what they think is the best evidence, and the defense's job in these pretrial hearings is to get evidence not admitted. So I need to see it all together, and I need to see. We don't know what all they have. It's quite possible that maybe there is a connection that the state knows, that the state has, prior to the murders, other than him being stopped and ticketed for not wearing his seatbelt in August of 2023. So, all right, let's keep listening.
I understand. Our position is that those things that happen immediately thereafter impact the nature of those text messages that occurred between the two.
All right, next item is the demonstrative evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. In our motion regarding demonstrative evidence, we were talking specifically about, for lack of a better phrase, a dollhouse, a not-to-scale construction a 3D model of the residence itself. And as the court can see from the materials that have been submitted, the configuration of this house is unusual at best. Certainly we can use diagrams and floor plans, which we did at the grand jury, but it struck us as we were looking at this case that it would be particularly helpful for the trial jury to actually be able to see in a 3D sense how everything's laid out. What is on each floor, where the bedrooms are, how the first
Well,
floors.
for it to be demonstrative evidence, what's important is whether it explains the testimony of somebody on the stand and helps the jury understand it in relation to the testimony. And the concept of a demonstrative exhibit is that it's actually part of their testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly what I was getting at. What we contemplate is the witnesses being able to use this demonstrative evidence to demonstrate where they were, where the rooms of their roommates were, where the entries to the residence were, what they observed, and where everything was located. So it's not intended as a standalone exhibit that has significance. It's only a tool for the witnesses, not just the roommates, but the responding officers, the officers who investigated the crime scene, to point out to the jury where in this three-story structure certain things were that they observed. And so that is our intent on this. We initially contemplated offering a 2-scale model. And the defense, I think rightfully so, said, okay, well, give us the background information and data that would be relied on. And we requested that, and for whatever reasons, we didn't get it quickly, but as we revisited, we realized that to scale maybe is not what we want. We just want a demonstrative exhibit that witnesses can use, much the same as a sketch, or if they would take a flip pad and try to draw things, to help illustrate their testimony to the jury. So that's where we ended up here. We look at the balancing test under 403 as far as relevance. We believe this will be helpful to witnesses in explaining to the jury and to the jury in understanding witnesses' testimony. As far as prejudicial effect, the state doesn't perceive any significant prejudicial effect. Now, I realize that the expert witness for the defendant talks about jurors misinterpreting angles of view and stuff. Well, that would be true if we were dealing with a 2-scale exhibit, and the defense is welcome to offer their 3D imaging or whatever it is that they want, if they want to have a 2-scale presentation. That's not our intent, though. Our intent is just simply to have this as a tool to help witnesses explain their testimony and help the jury understand.
And I think you understand this, but so that, it's clear. If it allowed as a demonstrative exhibit, it's not an exhibit in the sense that it goes to the jury. When they deliberate, it will not go back with them.
Yes, we completely understand that. We intend this to be something in the courtroom that is physical, that the jury can look at and the witness can look at and point to things so the jurors have the most complete understanding of what their testimony is.
And I haven't seen it, so I don't know how visible it will be to, you've seen now where we're going to be, how visible it's going to be to the jury from where it would be presented. So I guess if I allow, we'll have to cross that bridge.
And that's understood. The last communication we had earlier this week, Your Honor, from the folks at the FBI is that it might be finished within the next 10 days. I'll be candid, I had proposed to the FBI, let us get this in front of the court and get a preliminary ruling from the court before you spend the effort to construct it, but they went ahead and started anyway. So that's neither here nor there. It is intended, as you can see from State's Exhibit 1 or S1 with the dimensions in there, it's a fairly significant size, 35 by 48 by 52 inches. So the idea of making it big enough so the jurors can see it's out in the floor in the well, and they can actually see how things are constructed and arranged. It can take apart floor by floor so they can see each floor individually and then how they are stacked back together. So that's the purpose, to assist witnesses in explaining their testimony and assist jurors in understanding the testimony.
Your Honor, we request that you exclude the state from using this dollhouse model, as is everything we're talking about here today. We're talking about Mr. Koberger's constitutional rights, and we're talking about the rules of evidence. In this case, though, Your Honor, this goes beyond that. This is something that came up in 2023, the fall of 2023. We were disclosed that a group was going to the house before it was torn down to construct a model. We promptly asked in discovery to receive information about this model so that we could start to understand it, so that we could work with our expert with it. And it wasn't until 2025 that we get more information about this. I don't think that calling it a demonstrative exhibit excuses what the state has done here. The state said they didn't have any of the materials, they didn't come forth with them. Their date to be done with discovery came and went. Their date for their expert disclosures in December came and went.
Here, demonstrative exhibits and trials are typically not brought to light in terms of being shown until oftentimes during trial itself. I mean, it's no different in some senses, as I'm hearing the argument, of sketching on a diagram on a pad.
It's completely different than sketching a diagram on the pad, Your Honor. This, if somebody's drawing something in open court, I can see them. Mr. Koberger's confrontation rights about how that's drawn exist right then and there if they're drawing something on the board. This is an exhibit that's constructed outside. It's done in preparation for court. There were experts that took the 3D imaging to make this. There were photographs that were taken to make this. There's a process to construct this and to take it from to scale, which might have made some sense because things would be there where they're supposed to be. And by things, I mean walls, I mean doorways, I mean angles of hallways, I mean lines of sight. Those things would be there where they were supposed to be if we were doing this to scale. But to not do that and call it a demonstrative exhibit so they don't have to tell us about it is really misleading to the jury. And there's a lot of danger for the jury to be completely confused by that. I don't think this change excuses what the state did to sit on this information and wait until the last minute when we don't have any ability to investigate it or to look at it.
You had access to the house, right?
No. What, to the old house? Yes, but not to what they're doing now.
But you had the ability to create your own models, to do your own measurements, to come to an understanding of the layout.
Absolutely, we did. What we don't have the ability to do now is to test the state's model before it gets in front of a jury, before different witnesses use the state's model to say, this is where I was and this is what I could see.
Okay, here's her issue. Her issue with the dollhouse is it's not to scale and it's not accurate. And there specifically one witness we know about from the probable cause affidavit, DM, says she saw a figure of a person. All she could see was his eyes, his mouth, and bushy eyebrows. Okay. And her argument is if they bring in this dollhouse, the dollhouse may be the way the line of sight from this, what they've reconstructed that's not to scale. The line of sight may be okay. But in all actuality, she couldn't have seen what she claims she saw. And that's just an example. I don't know what, I don't know what the defense or the state intends to do with it. But the defense has a big, huge problema with it. Now, for those of you guys who are just joining us, we have about 28 minutes before lunch. Should we stop this now and go back to Lori's cross-examination of Nancy Jo Hancock? Put a 1 in the chat because I can't do a poll right now. Put a 1 in chat if you want to go back and listen to the cross-examination of by Lori of Nancy and we'll do that. Just let me know. Steph says yes to Lori. We can do that. It's up to you guys. Oh, here they go. All okay. All right, give me just a second. Let me make it. I wish that we could make it where we had closed captions. Let me get all the way back. So I think there's about 30 minutes, give or take, of her.
The details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom for JJ.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to go back to that specific part. Obviously, that's not Lori's question. That's the state's direct. The reason I wanted to go back to that is because I think this is why Lori thinks it's a good idea. Okay. Excuse me, hold on. Okay. I think that Lori thinks that by opening the door, because Nancy Jo said that that Charles Vallow spoke kindly about Lori, that this is going to be fine. Okay. But it's not. I think this is why she's like, sure, this is a fantastic idea. All right, here we go. Now for Lori.
I didn't try to verify that.
Or my. Nancy Jo, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We
correct?
have not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband, told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So on the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
If I would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men? Not naturally?
Argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure,
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me?
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions testifying.
We'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman, is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance, you stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone, and when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential?
It's actually very common.
Really?
Really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move
sorry,
this
Your
way.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Thank you.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so Tallulah wants to know if Charles brought up Chad and Tammy. See, we don't know that yet because so far, Nancy hasn't actually testified to what Charles told her about Lori. So we don't know that yet. But we're about to find out after lunch, I think. All right, here we go.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. If there's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay, sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
I forgot to unmute. Can I just say that when they go on sidebar and everybody wears their headsets, it's like they're all gaming in the courtroom, and I don't know, it just tickles me for some reason. I'm slightly immature. All right, so they're going to go on this sidebar, and then it's really going to get spicy. We have about 15 minutes before the live feed catches back up. So I'm listening. I've got it open on another hold on a second. I wonder if I do this, if it'll let me. I think it's this one. No. All right. Now I can watch it on the stream. There we go. Perfect. MK. All right, hang on. Let me skip forward a little bit.
The court reporter being able to a few minutes because we're having witness too much longer.
Cripes.
Wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear. Please rise for the jury. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's
Yes.
what I recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
How am I supposed to know what a lot of things are?
All right. If you want her to answer the question and there's no objection from the state, we'll
No
bring the
objection.
jury back in and have her answer the question. All right. Let's bring the jury in.
Now. And when we come back from lunch, we're going to know exactly the moment where that sound bite, it was in this moment. He knew he fucked up. This is the moment she's about to find out that she just fucked up. I don't think that I think Lori has a whole heck of a lot of, hold on a second, audacity to get on some, ridiculous high horse, acting like, this woman is, some kind of serial side piece that she just, goes after married men. Particularly because the fact of the matter is, Lori was very, very interested in becoming Mrs. Chad Daybell. Let me just do something really quickly, okay? Just give me a second, okay? Hang. Okay, so I went over to check. Sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to just leave you hanging there. That was really rude of me. I just wanted to see something really quick. Hang on a minute. I went over to look at Nate's tweets to see what he was tweeting from inside the courtroom. And it looks like she doesn't ask that question, but she does ask a couple of other ones that are rare, are very interesting, and her cross-examination doesn't last too terribly long. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Let's go back. There's going to be a lot about Nancy Joe and meeting with prosecutors. Let's see. Then there's going to be redirect. So we'll see. Now, if the depends on what the jurors ask. So if when the state is done on direct or redirect, and then the jury has questions, then and the questions are able to be asked, it's possible that that there might be some more spicy stuff out of on follow-up questions based on what the jury asks. I'm sorry, I'm just distracted for just a second. Just give me a second and let me regroup. But yeah, I mean, it's possible that Lori thought about it. It's possible, and based on the advice of her, maybe she discussed it with her advisory council, and they said, "Hey, let me tell you what she could actually testify to is not good." I'm real curious though when the state is going to call Kay Woodcock in, based on the way that they seem to be presenting this case. See, here's the thing. If they hadn't have gone to lunch, Lori would have asked that question. Lunch saved Lori's butt. Now, that doesn't mean, remember, there's still K to go. Okay. And I have a feeling that Lori's petty, vindictive nature and her whole reason, in my opinion anyway, for her to be going back, for her to be representing herself is because she wants to go at Kay. And so this is her way to do it. Now, she has already shown that she has very, very little self-control. And that's not even just in this trial. That's just Lori in general. She wants what she wants when she wants it, period, the end. She doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap who she has to step over to get it. So I do think that there is an opportunity for the door to be opened again. And I'm just curious when they're going to when Kay's going to be called to the stand. I just need to take a moment. So I'm going to go ahead and make this go back live really quick. And then it shouldn't be but about like 5 or 6 minutes. And then it'll be time for...
I mean, someone's been shot. Don't you drive directly to the police? I mean, what are you talking about? He wanted Burger King, so he went to Burger
then they'll be back in session. So I'll be right back.
King. That's ridiculous.
Well, we'll see when she gets up there and testifies. I mean, I don't think she's going to change her mind on this. I think she will testify still. That's just my feeling. Peggy asks, Rich, is there anything Lori could do or say to cause a mistrial in her own case?
It's hard for her to cause a mistrial as a defendant on her own behalf, because if she goes into the subject matter that's been deemed inadmissible and prejudicial, it's been deemed that on her behalf. So if she goes into it, she's causing her own problem, and that's not going to equal a mistrial. If she starts to act out in court, the judge is going to shut it down before it gets to mistrial. The judge's number one job here, is to make sure this trial goes to verdict. And he's going to do his best to do that.
Yeah, most definitely. Lisa Pridmore asks, a little confused. So why wasn't Lori's brother never was arrested for Chad's death? I thought they said her brother said he did it. Well, I think you mean for Charles's death. But he died. I mean, they were, he died in December of natural causes. So, we're still kind of getting facts about this, but, Charles was shot and killed in July. They take off for Idaho, and then Alex dies in December. So the investigation was probably still going on.
Do you remember when the bodies of the children were discovered?
They weren't discovered until the following year, until 2020, right. But they were killed in September of 2019.
I think the authorities at the beginning bought the self-defense or at least that this was an altercation and and change their mind as more facts came to light as the months went forward?
We're going to do one more question, and this one comes from Rocker Chick. She says she would actually ask Lori, "Are you nonchalant?" Rich, what's your response to that?
I think Lori would say I'm nonchalant when I should be and chalant when I should be.
Yes, most definitely. Actually, we'll do one more. Can the jury ask Nancy Jo what Chad, or I think you mean Charles, what Charles said about Lori, and will the judge allow it? We talked about this before, Rich. It could be allowed under certain exceptions.
Yeah, but I think if the judge, if generally speaking, we've decided that those facts are irrelevant, and Lori decides not to ask those questions, I don't see the judge letting the jury ask the question either.
Yeah. All right, Rich, it's been so fun hanging out with you. I hope we can do it again sometime. And everybody, it's been fun hanging out with you too, but we're on that 30-minute delay, and court will be caught up very, very soon. So we're going to be ending our Q&A lunch show right here. So you know what that means. It's time to go refill your snacks. Go get some more water. Joyce was talking about wine yesterday. I have nothing to do with that. So everybody, go do what you need to do and then get right back here to the live stream. Rich, again, it was great hanging out with you. Everybody, it was great hanging out with you too. So we will see you back here at the same time tomorrow. I'm Anjanette Levy. Have a great night.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The prosecuting attorneys present, the defendants present. Will continue with the cross. Was there something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Are you talking about the hosts at the lunch, Nitka Ditka? Because, that's all conjecture. I don't, if I don't even know if Lori, because when she was in her pretrial, she was saying things like, they'll be called if and when they're needed, and it all just kind of depends. And, they're talking about if she testifies. She's like, I think she thinks that she can convince anybody of anything. So it's quite possible that she might testify. I don't know. I don't know if she will or not. Honestly, I need to think a little. I need to think on it. I need to see a little more trial before I'm ready to make that determination.
Miss Hancock, you said that you had seen on TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show, and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or?
I did.
Social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No.
Did they ask you for them?
No.
Okay. Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay?
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once.
How long was that meeting?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No.
Have you ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
Yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and that was, he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him? To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
Question.
argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back, and it didn't continue.
So just the one day then? Maybe several messages in one day?
I might have sent him one other message, but it was just one interaction, and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay, when?
He attends the same church that my daughter does, and he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was.
And how did you know who he was?
Because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story, and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. But you met him?
Or I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Ms. K? Not that she's law enforcement, but did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's... I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
And when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview, and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides the prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K, how much time passed in between there?
With Trina K?
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so.
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
Well, he was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Ooh, burn.
Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact with him.
Okay.
Ooh, another burn. Good for you, Nancy. Joe, good job. Get her.
And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just...
Thank you. That's enough.
Okay, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who that is that just snickered, but we were all chuckling along with you.
I'm just recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay.
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
Okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor?
All right, redirect.
Thank you. You, did you reach out to the police or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay, and he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how that they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister,
Absolutely.
and you said you reached out to pay your condolences.
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case and his picture came on the screen and shocked is an understatement, yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you was accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Okay. Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
with pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So Lisa's asking, December she found out, so then Lori was already remarried then, and everyone else, including her brother, were gone, right? Or was that 1 year later? No, you're right. Or that's the way I understood her testimony anyway.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles told me this?
Absolutely not.
Hold on, I just want to interrupt really quickly because if you're unclear about why there's this line of questioning, this has to do with one of the pretrial motions that Lori filed over there when she's, why she did not want Nancy Jo to be able to testify, why she didn't want Kay Woodcock to be able to testify. Basically, in Lori's motion, she said they're a bunch of cahooters and that they all got together and compared stories. And that's how they came up with their testimony.
You and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this right. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth?
You told me to tell the truth.
Whatever that was.
Whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked a lot on cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where this relationship was between Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior to us meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay. And did you understand him to have even met with an attorney?
I believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at,
Yes.
and that's what you understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including myself.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now, did you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep.
Okay, so Michelle, I know why you're confused. Call Me Sadie is checking Nate's Twitter feed. So Nate is live tweeting all the things that are happening inside of the courtroom. We are getting the feed on a 30-minute delay. So what Nate is talking about, we haven't got to see yet. That's why. So let's see if the jury has any questions. I think, I think, you know, she's handled herself quite well on the witness stand, given the circumstances. You know, I said I was not going to check the Twitters anymore. I told you guys after when they came back from lunch, I said in the chat, I shan't be checking the Twitters because it does spoil it for me and it spoils it for you guys. And I want to, you know, so I'm not checking the Twitters. I promise. But yeah, that's why. And yes, everyone is 30 minutes behind per the judge's instructions, all of the feeds. But there are reporters that are sitting in the courtroom live as it's happening who are tweeting. And yeah. Well, if you guys want to check the Twitters for yourselves, I'm not going to say anything about that. Like, I don't tell people what to do. But when you do check the Twitters, you know, just don't put it in the chat because it does, you know, it's hard for other people, you know. You know, I do think, no, call me Sadie, Jennifer, it's not, there's nothing to forgive, babe. You were trying to be helpful and it's perfectly fine. Just, you know, if you guys want to check the Twitters, just don't put it in the chat. Pretty please. But, you know, I do think that Nancy Joe you know, did really well on the stand, considering that, you know, Lori just cannot contain herself. Like which is good in a way, you know, because the jury is getting to see the real real Lori here, okay? Not who she's trying to be. But I think that, you know, the I don't know if the jury is going to get to hear about Chad and Lori's affair. I mean, I think they did a little bit, that during opening statements, but I don't know how much of that is going to come in, like all of the nitty gritty. And I think it's, super hypocritical of Lori to be judgy of this lady because she went on a dinner date with Charles Vallow one time and they exchanged, several texts and long phone calls. Talking, talking to someone isn't a sin. Ain't that right, Lori? Ain't a crime? Isn't that what you say? All the things that happened aren't crimes here, except for they are actually crimes. So I don't think we will be trusting you for the measure of what is a crime and what's not a crime, since you surely simply just cannot tell the difference. You are an uncredible, and there's like the schmutz on my glasses, like right in the middle of my field of vision. Anyway, I feel like, it's very hypocritical of Lori to even catch a tiny tude. Okay. And, this whole scenario that Lori has cooked up in her brain, where Kay Woodcock and all of the witnesses are cahooters who cahooted, and they got their stories together, and now they're being called to testify. I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Where'd she pull that lipstick from, by the way? I think that it's preposterous. That, that's not what happened. People do have, this woman clearly had her own conversations with Charles, okay, in which they discussed probably a great many things, but including crazy pants over there, okay? And I can't imagine how difficult it was for Charles in that moment, where I can't imagine what it would have been like for him to wake up and suddenly
Ever expressed to you verbally any indications of stress?
Definitely, he was very worried that.
I think we'll just keep it with a yes/no answer for this question. Does the defense have follow-up based on that juror question?
that'd be you, Lori. Are you going to ask her a question, or we're just going to sit here? What's up? How about you just answer the judge? Just say, "One moment, Your Honor." Acknowledge that you heard him. Rude. She's so rude.
Does the defendant have follow-up based on that?
Yeah, get her, Judge.
No, you are.
All right, state.
Yeah.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
You're the defense, you idiot. What do you mean you didn't know he was talking to you? He freaking addressed you. What? She has real lipstick, Lori. She's not wearing hot Cheeto dust, Lori. Oh boy. So I think that, can you imagine what it would be like for Charles, to wake up one day and the person you love and you've been married to for the last 14 years is all of the sudden just a stranger to you. She's, doing all of these extreme things. She has an extreme belief system, extreme ideas. You know, I can't imagine. Okay. Then on top of everything else, okay, there's that's happening. Then you find out that she is emailing and with some dude in Idaho. Okay. So you go look up some dude in Idaho. All right. You find out it's Chad and you're like, okay. And then you know, you see his books and all of this, that, and the other. And you're just like, what the F? Okay. And then you think you're doing the right thing, right? You think, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to, you know, let his wife know what is going on here. And you contact the wife and you don't, you know, he doesn't know the dynamic that exists between Tammy and Chad. So you get a
Members of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an earlier recess than our normal afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition.
So let me just turn it down a little bit. So you reach out and you have no idea. You know, you have no idea whether she's, you know, gotten it or not, you know, and you're sort of gaslit into thinking that this is all in your head. She's not having an affair with this man. She is just interested in the end times. You know, I'm just trying to prepare for the end of days. You know, all these other people are going to be left with no plan. They're not going to know what's going on. And you'll be thanking me at the end of days when we have a well-stocked, you know, pantry and we have all the things, all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed and everything is in order and we're going to survive and be just fine while everybody else is not. You know, that was her attitude. And then you go about your business. She's still, you know, she's not even trying to hide the affair. Okay. She's basically throwing it in your face. Then you go on a business trip because somebody's got to work. Somebody's got to bring in an income. Somebody's got to be an adult and be reliable and responsible and all of those things, stable. And you come home from that business trip and this heifer has your truck. You have no idea where your truck is at. So now you got to get a ride from the airport to your house. All right. You get home. The truck isn't there. She's pulled money out of the account. She's done all of the things. And then you reach out to the cops for help, only to be told basically, sorry, bro, this is a civil matter. There isn't anything that we can do. So he gets creative. He thinks about it. He's smart about it. And he contacts a doctor. And he's on the phone with the doctor. And who calls but Crazy Pants herself, who he then merges the calls. And this doctor is allowed to hear Lori in all her glory. Okay. And this psychiatrist says, yeah, she's showing some signs of something. I do think she should come in and be evaluated. She is in charge of taking care of not just a young child, but a special needs young child. Let's evaluate her. You know, Charles was reasonable. And if he yelled at Lori, if he said mean things or said some unkind words, I mean, for fuck's sake, he's human. Okay. I've said meaner things and about Lori, and I wasn't even married to her. She didn't betray me. So if he, out of exasperation and frustration and just being a human, had a human moment, and said some things, well, oh well, Lori, like get over it, Then, then you get a call from the cops telling you, hey, my name's Paul, that's between y'all, but you need to give her, unless you want to be charged with theft, you better bring her purse back and her ID and her phone. And we'll sort, if you can if you have an order where she needs to be evaluated, then you bring that to the cop shop. I'll have my sergeant look at it, and if it can be validated, we'll serve it. Then goes to Crazy Town Lori over there and tells her, these are the rules. So if you don't want to, if you're still here when he brings, by the time, it gets validated or whatever, then we're going to have to take you whether you want us to or not. But also, if you're not here, we're not going to kick in your door. So you don't have to work. Like, get what? He tried everything. And he did it in the most civil way possible. And what is the thanks he gets? He goes, hasn't seen his son in a while. He flies in, goes to see JJ at Lori's house to take him to school. Okay. He's getting JJ loaded up. What has Lori done? She's pulled the bait and switch and snatched up his phone. Yes, Lori, you did that stuff. Don't play with people. Don't act like you, he just happened to leave it. No. You made sure he had to come back in that house. Yes, you did. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Okay. So you get it. You lure him back in the house with his phone, which you are now going through because you want to know what he knows. So you're snooping. He says, give me back my phone. And you, who's so afraid of this man that you had to have your brother bring his body and his gun to your house to spend the night for a slumber party for protection. All right. And you're running around the house holding his phone hostage because you're in fear. And this is what you tell people because in your brain, this makes total sense. And I know that you and Alex likely stayed up the night before talking all of this out, running through the if, then, but clauses. And of all the stories and all the ideas that came into your brain, these are the ones that were the winners. You are an idiot. An idiot. An absolute idiot. You set this man up, and then you have the unmitigated gall to get offended and act shocked that how dare they prosecute you? Not just persecute you. Because after all, you are an exalted being and a goddess. You are in charge of gathering the 144,000. So let me ask you this, Lori. You still think that's your mission? Stop playing with these people. You do. Yeah, I think on some level she probably does still believe that. So now the 144,000 are what? Going to be comprised of inmates at the various jails and prisons that you've been housed in? Are you kidding me? And on top of it, no, not on top of it all, just in addition to all the other effery, You fall for a guy that looks like a thumb, who has one tone, one level of inflection in his voice. Frankly, he sounds like Professor Honeydew. Look it up if you don't know who that is. That's who he sounds like. Professor Honeydew. Okay? Which I guess it does kind of make sense because, Lori, you do kind of act like Beaker, all wide-eyed and hair all frazzled, looking a mess, you know? And you've hooked up with the thumb who sounds like Professor Honeydew, who's based his entire religious belief on season 2 of Supernatural. Wow, Lori. Wow. We need a palate cleanser. Excuse me for just one moment. This is for you, Lori.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I mean, that's your life story. That's it. That's all. And you were willing to sacrifice the two most precious things, the two most precious gifts a person can get in this world: your children. Your children. To be with a thumb. A thumb. You gave it all up for one of those things from The Adventures of Shark Boy and No, not Shark Boy and Lava Girl. It's the other one. Is it The Adventures of Shark Boy and Lava Girl? With the thumbs? Is that who it is? Yes, Colby called him Peter Griffin. That's who you get. That's who you sacrificed everything for. Somebody who looks like a thumb and sounds like Professor Honeydew. Well fucking played. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow. I never forget about movies, Tess Mac, ever. There's a catalog of movie references just waiting to be used in this brain of mine. I cannot, when you really put the whole story out there without anything fancy, no fancy music, no cool edits, nothing, just brass tacks, point A to point B, that's what we have here. I can't. I absolutely can't. I really do wish that I am curious about what else Charles told her. I really do. I want to know what else. I want to know what's in those texts. Obviously, Lori has seen them because she referenced one of them. He also, remember when when me and Allie were covering, excuse me, I got the hiccups. Remember when me and Allie were covering Chad's trial? And I had just moved to that house in Florida, and I went outside to take out the trash, and there was that big, huge toad out there. And I was like, oh my God, Chad has found me. He has used the portal And here he is. He's come to torment me. Oof. I really want, me too, Erica. I really, really, really want to know what he told her. I don't understand why that we're having a break. I have no idea what's going on. We're completely live. And there's nothing we can do. Just nothing. I think this is going to be Blanca, I think this is their last break. I think that obviously it's quite a long one. For what reason? I don't know. It seems like it has might have something to do with whatever witness is about to be next. And this is what I'm curious about, Shaggy. This is what I want to know. This is what I want to know. I want to know when they're going to call Kay. The church lady, you think, Tess? I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Yes, McNuckmack. This McNuckmack. This is the break after the jury's question. I think that this is just what the judge said is we're going to take our afternoon break a little earlier than we normally do. And I don't know why they decided to take it early, but I did notice that right after that, they put their headsets on, because Lori's not allowed to go up to the bench for a sidebar, or she's out of bounds and she can get shocked. So, and this, yeah, see, and this is my thing. I don't understand why they start at 10:30. Why don't they start at 9 o'clock? Normal business hours. Oh, okay. Thanks, Tess. Appreciate that, babe. Tess, while I have you heard when they expect to put Kay on the stand? Have you heard anything about that? Because I have to tell you guys, this is my day. So I stream before. Okay, this is how my day starts. I get up, I have my coffee and all the things, right? And then I start working on videos or other like stuff for the channel, okay, until it's time to go live. And in between, I have a shower. So after I get off of here, if Allie or Melissa is live, I usually pop in and talk to them, say hi, talk to the chat, listen to their live. And I'm usually like tired and ready for Mimi's by like 9:02. Not even gonna lie. Okay, thank you, Tess. Tess says, I heard she's coming soon. I'd bet tomorrow, but that's not confirmed. Just what I heard on Twitter. So, yeah, I feel like, so I haven't been paying. I wanted to catch up with Nate and stuff like that, but I just haven't been able to. Also, just speaking of catching up, I do fully intend to see the Linda Sturmer trial through. I want to know. I want to see what her defense is going to be. I'm curious about how the jury is feeling about all of this. And so what I'm going to do is on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday during the day, I will stream the trial that we missed. So they don't have court on Monday. So we only have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So probably on Saturday, we'll do like, on Friday morning, we'll do Tuesday's testimony. On Saturday morning, we'll do Wednesday and Thursday. And then on Sunday, we'll do Friday's testimony. This way, we're all caught up. We're all where we need to be. And then we can resume Monday when Lori's back on trial. So, ooh, this is interesting. Also, and I wanted to catch up with Nate because I'm so curious about what he says during the, when what he does with the recaps and stuff, because he's in the courtroom. And McNaught Mac says, Sarah Bellum, Nate Eaton said the jurors drive there on their own. They're free to go to lunch wherever. Nate said a bunch were at the restaurant he went to for lunch the other day. And of course, Nate, being the consummate professional that he is, I know that he is, not talking to them or anything like that. He's such, I just adored Nate. Like, it's not like I know him personally. I just from watching him, and I think he's, I will never forget him when Chad and Lori got served, and he's asking them, where are their kids? Where are your kids, Lori? Where are your kids, Lori? I will never forget that. And the way he was asking was not like, it was like a report. And okay, yes, he's a reporter doing his job, but the tone of voice he used was like a dad, like a concerned parent. Where are your kids? And I appreciated that about Nate. I really did. So, Erica, Linda Sturmer, she is getting a retrial. She is accused of setting her husband and their home on fire. And when he ran out of the burning home, running him over with her van.
All right, please be seated. We're back on
So she's getting this is a retrial. This is something that happened in 2007. All right, here we go. Let's call the witness. Let's get it popping. I have not, Toe Beans. I definitely need to go back and listen to a lot of Nate's stuff.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up here in front of me and be sworn in.
Okay, just briefly. Christina Atwood is another witness during that pretrial motion, the last one, that Lori did not want. She wanted them precluded. All right, here we go.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
And if you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the...
52.
Thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes.
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
Okay. I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but
Sometime after that?
yes,
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
yes,
Was that also through church?
yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more contact with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program, and I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home, and so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Okay. Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church. Do you know how long you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
Okay. And that's, you visited them in
Hawaii. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? That you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
And who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
And I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not anything other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or things like that?
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
Okay. And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Yes.
When you said you ran into them you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
Yes.
And so you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever telling, well, do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
Yes.
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
Yes.
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
Could have been, yep.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes.
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
If you can just listen to this portion and see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when. Was that you talking to the detective about this sort of time period in January where Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii and there's a lot of things going on there?
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
Okay. So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and a prior invite, correct?
No, I'd just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay.
That's the only time
That you went there with?
that I went there, yes.
Okay. So having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you. So in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with, yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better back
For
then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
them that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No. Not until December of 2019.
Do you know how long she stayed, how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when the first time it was that you met with her in some group format in 2019?
I believe it was spring 2019, maybe February.
Okay. And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earle, and Serena Sharp.
Okay. who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
Okay. And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
Did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes.
And you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
I guess they're looking for the part of her interview so she can be refreshed, her recollection can be refreshed. I would imagine the reason that she has to listen to it and we can't listen to it is because of some of the things that are probably discussed that the jury is not allowed to hear because Alex and Tylee's statements can't come in. And I think the court has forgotten to unmute because she's obviously testifying. So maybe he'll remember. I don't know. See, if the camera was pulled back a little bit and I could see the prosecutor, I might be able to tell you guys what the question is. Because she just said, I don't recall. Yeah. Let me just make sure that nobody else can hear too. Like if there's another feed that has it, let's see. Let me just check. Yeah, no, nobody else can hear it. No idea why. I know, Rachel, I know. And I don't know who's in charge of it. I don't know if the judge is muting the audio, if the if the feed is in charge of muting it. I have no idea what's even happening right now. Hold on. Yes, let's text Nate. All right, let me just skip forward a little bit and see if the sound gets better. Nope. Let me just make sure it's not just us. So all I hear is the white noise. Okay, so according to Law and Crime Network says, we are aware the audio is not working. It should be back in 15 minutes. Patricia says, Jen is talking directly to you, cameraman. Can you hear her snark? It's at DEFCON 1. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Whatever you can hear is background noise, Melissa. It's not from the courtroom. It's in the back here. It's in the room with me. Yeah, this is redonk. Let me see who's in charge of audio over here. This is ridiculous. Let me see. Well, one of the theories in the Law and Crime chat is that Lori subliminally muted the sound. Zombie attack. Let's see. Let's see. All right, well, I suppose I could go over to the Twitter and see what's being asked. Right, don't they? Exactly, 541 Hollywood. Don't they know? Look, don't they know what we're trying to do over here? We want to hear this. I don't know who's in charge of the sound, though. Like, I know that the judge can put the white noise on and mute the court audio, but I don't actually know who is in charge of the live feed for this, the camera pool. Just so you know, Jumpsuit Pablo is over in Law and Crimes chat, and he says Nephi is behind this. Yeah, this is, the zombies have done this. The zombies. All I know is that whoever is in charge of the sound is rated a 11 billion and 5 dark. Hold on a second. There's Alice clawing the, there's some sound for you guys. Alice is clawing the rug. Thanks for that, Alice. Oh, let me pop over to Court TV and see if people are disgruntled over there. Let's see what's going on, because I think you're right. It might be Court TV's cameras. So let's Let's pop on over to Court TV and see what's happening. Let's see. All right. Well, they're all over here complaining about the sound. Hold on. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Court TV says sound will come back. We are unsure of the reason. What? Court TV says there is a technical issue with the court. We are working on it for you, courties. Oh boy, this is so upsetting. I just want to hear what she has to say. Like, she heard Lori talk badly about Charles. Oh, by the way, hi, Shmita. I miss your face. Oh my God. Shmita, can I just say this baby? Oh, my whole heart. He just gets cuter and cuter and cuter. I can't. He's so stinking adorable. Right, 541 Hollywood? We don't need this kind of negativity in our life. Let's go. Also, this whole delay situation has me really confused. When they say it'll be on in about 15 minutes from when? Because I can't see what time they put that up there. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't tell you what time they posted that. So I don't appreciate this. Let me see what else, if Jumpsuit Pablo has any other little quips for us over in the Law and Crime Chatter, if he just popped in for the one-liner, which I also enjoy. Sometimes I do that. I just pop in for a one-liner. I don't see him anymore. Wonder what clicking on this does. Nothing. Wonder what clicking on this does. Nothing. Wonder what clicking on this does. Ah! Let's see. They posted this at 5:23 p.m. You can click for timestamps. Look at that. So 15 minutes from 5:23 would be 5:38. So 6 minutes from now. You guys have the unfortunate task of listening to me for 6 more minutes while I try to entertain you while we have no sound. This is very annoying. Yeah, I'm sure she is going on about Charles being dark, but I want to hear this. I want to, because see, this is the thing. The evidence that exists today is the evidence that existed, that they're presenting in the courtroom, is the evidence that existed in July. Oh, that sounded really twangy. July of 2019 when this happened. Okay. It was interpreted the same way then as it is now. So what I'm not understanding is September, October, November, December. 5 months later, Alex Cox dies of quote unquote natural causes. Okay. And also, but there was 5 months in between that. So how is it that they didn't come after nameless? That's why MK Lynn is here, because he can't be over there in the law and crime. But I need to hear how they tied all of this together. You know, and I get that, you know, it's kind of frustrating. Like, it feels in a way that Lori is getting, like, for lack of a better word, like a platform to, you know, a stage, if you will, to speak on and to be seen, when really, there we go.
During that meeting, did you overhear Lori talking about Serena in a way that also disturbed you?
Yes.
What do you recall of that?
It was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
Okay. So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe?
Yes.
Okay. And then this meeting in June, she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
Correct.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No.
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No.
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he had been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
Okay. So initially, you had said when you met with Lori, that you would go to the police. But when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex.
No Zulema
what
or
was
Mel
going through your
G.
head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that...
Without going into their hearsay, let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of what they understood had happened?
Yes.
Okay. The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself from you?
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting, though?
Yes.
So,
Just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
No.
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
No.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? Not seeing any. Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
Sidebar.
Holy macaroni. How is there no questions from Lori? I'm very curious about this. Lori, why are you not asking any questions of this witness, ma'am? You ask everybody else questions, ridiculous questions, questions that have no basis. We can't even understand where you're actually going with it. This is what I'm wondering. Tess says, is she afraid of her? That's interesting. It is interesting. I mean, how can an exalted being / goddess be afraid of anybody? She didn't even want her on the witness stand. She tried to keep her out. She wanted her precluded. She said excluded, but hey, Justin, good to see you. Also, hey, Marjorie, good to see you. I think so too, Patricia. I do think that to them, Alex was quite disposable. I mean, she certainly had a lot to say in the pretrial hearing and in her motion to preclude this witness. So, what gives? Lori. And we missed everything that she said. Huh. I wonder if there's a way that they can go back. Probably not. Well, yeah, because it's on a delay, right? And no, hold on. Let me think this through. I need somebody who has some technical expertise. MK, maybe you can answer this. Is there a way for them to go back and yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Neat, if they will like re-upload that testimony by itself. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, the court has it recorded, but first of all, I couldn't request it now anyway. I had to wait for the trial to be over. And that's expensive. All right, let's check Nate. Let's see what Nate has to say. Give me just a second here. It's a good idea. Tess, I like the way you think on your feet. Hold on. Let me see what they say here.
We're going to recess for the evening.
Jeez, Louise.
We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
You need to be resuming at 8:30 the way this thing is going. You're going to be here for 7 years.
Any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
All right, give me just a second. Let me use this right quick. In case anything happens. Let me see here. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Alice, seriously? All right, let's see. Okay, so Nate hasn't tweeted a ton. All right. Let's see. Christina knew Lori and Charles were separated. JJ was with Charles in Texas. Tylee was staying with Uncle Alex. Lori was also living with Alex, according to Christina. The only other person Christina knew in the group was Nicole. This was the first time she was meeting Zulema, Melanie, and Serena. Christina eventually learned Lori was back in Arizona. Lori invited her to come to a group in February or the spring of 2019. Other people were at the meeting: Zulema Pastenis, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp. Christina doesn't recall who invited her to the meeting. The meeting was at Zulema's house. We all heard that, though. So let me just actually, let me see. Let me refresh this and see if there's more. Because there's not. That's. This is all about Lori and Nancy Joe. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. All right, so this was an hour ago. The next witness has arrived. Judge is back in the courtroom, and Lori was just brought in. Side note, many ladies in the courtroom have commented on the attractiveness of Judge Boreski. One on my row just said, quote, "He's so hot. I'm not hurting with this view." Next witness is Christina Atwood. She walks into the courtroom and is sworn in. Trina asks Christina to introduce herself here. This is much better. Trina, are you guys still even here? Can you guys even hear me? What the heck? All right, good. Okay, just checking. Oh, thank you, Toe Beans. I'll check her out too. Okay. Trina asks Christina to introduce herself. She has lived in Arizona since 2009. Trina asks if Christina is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She is and was raised in the church. Christina met Lori at church sometime after 2010. Christina knew Charles Vallow. Christina's son and husband worked with Lori in the primary program at church. After Charles and Lori moved to Hawaii, Christina's family stopped and visited Lori in Hawaii when they were on vacation. Trina asked Christina to point out Lori and describe what she is wearing. Christina moved to the area where Charles and Lori lived in 2010. Christina visited Lori in Hawaii in 2015. Trina asks if Lori's kids were in Hawaii when Christina and her family went to visit. There were 2 kids, JJ and Tylee. Christina doesn't recall if Tylee was there that weekend. It may have just been JJ. Christina also knew Colby but did not know Charles' other sons from a prior marriage. Christina visited with Lori on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2. Later that week, they got together and paddleboarded in the ocean. Trina asks if Christina learned that Lori and Charles moved back to Arizona at some point. Christina doesn't remember exactly how, but she does remember running into Charles and Lori in the temple around 2018. Bless Nate Eaton. Thank you, Nate. Trina asks Christina if Lori ever asked her to go to Hawaii. Yes, she did invite me. It was likely late summer or fall of 2018, but she's not positive. Christina recalls speaking with Rexburg Detective Ron Ball in 2021. Trina asks if Christina recalls telling Ball that Lori wanted her to go to Hawaii in 2019. Christina says, yes, that's accurate. Trina moves to admit an exhibit dealing with why Lori was asking Christina to go to Hawaii, which we missed. Oh, wait. Correction. It may not have been an exhibit. It was a recording to help Christina refresh her memory about why Lori wanted Christina to go to Hawaii. Okay. Christina recalls Lori saying that she was unhappy with Charles. Lori contacted Christina and said she had gone to Hawaii and she was not telling a lot of people. Lori told Christina that JJ was with Charles in Houston. Lori told Christina that Charles tried to have her temple recommend taken away, and that was one of the reasons she left. Christina told the police in 2021 that Lori told her she did not want Charles to know where Lori was when she left for Hawaii. Christina does not know how long Lori stayed in Hawaii. Christina did not know Lori went to Idaho until December 2019. Christina eventually learned Lori was back in Arizona. Lori invited her to some group. I already read this. So in spring of 2019, other people that were at the meeting were Zulema, Melanie, Nicole, Earl, Serena Sharp. It was at Zulema's house. Then it's the testimony about the first time she met, she was meeting Zulema, Melanie, and Serena. She only knew Nicole. Okay, here we go. At this meeting, Lori was concerned about dark spirits plaguing Charles. Trina asks if Lori said dark spirits possessed Charles. Christina doesn't recall. Trina reminds Christina she told police in 2021 that this was the first time she'd heard of Charles being possessed with a dark spirit. Christina says if she said it then, it was accurate. All right, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me just share this so you guys have something to look at other than me. Okay. Let me add it to the screen. All right. Lori said Charles had a dark spirit and was possessed. Trina asks the name of the dark spirit. Christina doesn't recall. Trina asks if listening to the recording of her interview with police would help her recall. Christina said it would. Christina listens to the interview. She told police a spirit had possessed Charles, but she couldn't remember his name. Christina recalls Lori speaking about Charles being possessed on more than one occasion. Lori was open about it. Christina recalls Lori having at least 2 phones plus a third line that was a home landline. Lori was not working at the time. Christina did not know Lori to work. Trina asks Christina if Lori ever talked to her about casting. Yes, Christina says. It was praying for dark spirits to be cast out of someone. Christina was in Lori's presence when Lori prayed for the evil spirit to leave her husband. Trina asks if people were assigned different elements as part of the casting. Christina doesn't recall. On June 9th, 2019, all the ladies got together at Zulema's house. Of course, Zulema, Alex Cox, Melanie Boudreau, Nicole Earl, Melanie Gibb, and Lori were all there. Another lady was there too. Trina asked Christina's impressions about Alex Cox. Quote, he was pretty loud and outspoken, I guess, and I was very uncomfortable with what he was talking about, Christina says. After the meeting, Lori still expressed that Charles was possessed. Quote, we were asked to fast and pray for her family. We came together fasting and gathered outside and had a prayer together. I believe Lori was the one who said the prayer, and then we went in and broke our fast and ate and visited. Alex was part of the prayer outside. As they were breaking their fast, Alex said he wished he could just kill Charles. Lori was around one of the times that Alex said that. Alex said this more than once. It was jocular, as I recall. He was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly. Christina doesn't recall Lori reacting to these statements. Lori didn't say, quote, you can't kill my husband, or you can't say stuff like that. Lori didn't react to the statements. Christina says the statements were upsetting. Are we doing okay still in the chat, you guys? Okay. All right. Lori said she had crushed up some of JJ's medicine and put it in Charles's drink mix. Trina asks if it was a significant amount of medication. Christina says yes, quote, I was disturbed. Alex had no reaction to this. Christina didn't stay much longer at the gathering. She left and the next day asked Lori if she would visit with her. Christina met with Lori. Quote, I told her I was very concerned about what had been said and that it was really disturbing. I told her if something happened to Charles, I would go to the police. She said they were just being silly and playing off each other and hadn't meant anything by it. She was just being dramatic. Lori said she hadn't given Charles as many drugs as she had said the day before, tried to minimize it. Lori began making statements that Christina believes went against her religion, and Lori said she did not need to repent anymore. Christina says these statements stuck out because in her faith, members believe everyone except Jesus Christ needs to repent. Lori began talking about knowing members of her group in prior lives. At the last meeting in June, Serena was not present. Christina overheard Lori talking about Serena. Quote, it was just very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect. After Christina, no! Oh my gosh. Twitter. Hold on. All right, here we go. After Christina spoke to Lori, Lori did not invite Christina to anything until August when he invited her to lunch. She invited her to lunch. In July, Christina received a text message that Charles had been killed. Quote, originally when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his who had killed him. It was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved. Christina does not recall the name of the dark spirit that inhabited Charles. Trina has no further questions. Lori says she has no questions for Christina, no questions from the jury. Witness is done. White noise is played and attorneys have a sidebar with judge. We are going to recess for the evening. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30. So there you have it. That was Christina's testimony. Okay. Neat says, I never heard about slipping him medication. There was a little tiny something said. And I don't remember who said it or when it was said. But there was something mentioned about that. But I don't remember. And listen, I appreciate all of the thank yous, but I have to give credit where credit is due. Tess is the one that suggested this. So actually, Tess is amazing. Thank you, Tess, for suggesting that. And in fact, I would like, will you email me? Because I have something that I want to ask you. I'm going to put my email. That's right. Trina K said it in her opening. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Tess. I dropped the link for my email. So if you will email me, I would greatly appreciate it. So I think that's it, you guys. That's all I got for you guys tonight. If you haven't done so, could you pretty please do me a favor? Give your girl a thumbs up on the stream. I would greatly appreciate it. I will see you back here, same bat time, same bat channel, 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, 12:30 Central Time, 1:30 East Coast Time. All right? Thank you all so very, very much. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night. I'll see you around these streets. Take care. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Finish her.
Minutes later.
We all do a little mad sometimes.